Hello everybody, this is Milad. I hope you're doing well. This is a really great day because we're going to learn something together, which is JavaScript. And by together, I mean that as same as you, I want to learn JavaScript from scratch once again. And I have a basic understanding of JavaScript, but I'm not really professional in that. But so I thought maybe it would be a good idea if I share the process of my learning with you rather than just showing a straightforward tutorial. So don't expect me to give you an easy to use video tutorial. And we want to learn everything from scratch. So the very first thing we need to do is go to Google and search about JavaScript. And based on these results, we should pick one of the websites that is most interesting to us. And I think I would start with a W3 Schools, which is my favorite website for learning things. And I'm gonna start with that. And let's click on that. So maybe it takes much more time than a normal tutorial video because uh, you know I want to learn as same as you, and maybe it could be a little bit complicated than what I've done so far in other videos. And here let's start with, I think this is the introduction, and basically it says that JavaScript, what is JavaScript? I know what is JavaScript, but to have a definition for that, probably here. Java, JavaScript is the world's most popular programming language. And so basically to create a website, we need the very first structure we need uh, is created by HTML, and then we add some styles to that HTML and make the website pretty and clean with CSS. And here, JavaScript could help us to not only make it more dynamic and a more, prettier, but also it could help us to do some, for example, uh, handling requests and sending requests without refreshing the page. And JavaScript at the background of the browser can do some calculation, some, we could do all sorts of uh, programming stuff. Well, we can do in other languages, for example, in Python, if we want to calculate a date, for example. That's it, I think. That's a general thing about JavaScript, and we're gonna learn more about that. So bear with me and let's continue. So let's go to introduction, JavaScript introduction. So another thing about JavaScript is that you can control it. Um, with JavaScript, you can control the element of the page. And for example, if you have a text box in your uh, web page, you can check it whenever it gets filled, and then based on the user input, you can show a message to the user. So with JavaScript, you can do things like this, and without JavaScript, there is no option to do things like that. If you want to, for example, show a message based on the user's inputs without refreshing the page. So, but how we can choose JavaScript, how we can choose HTML tags or inputs with JavaScript. This is the uh, formula here, and actually we get it with DOM. So documents that get elements by ID, and here we have something like this. One of the many JavaScript methods is get element by ID. What else we have here? Let's see, we have get element by ID. In just a moment, we're going to use these commands, but let's just have a quick look at what we should expect. And that's it, I think. Let's go to the next page, where to. And so it basically says that where we should use JavaScript. So we have a web page containing HTML and probably CSS. You could have CSS in another file separate from your main HTML, but you can have HTML and CSS together. And also you can add JavaScript code to the web page structure. So here you can use it JavaScript code in your HTML code or script with these script tags. So you basically say that script, and here inside these two tags you can define your JavaScript code. What else we have here? So okay, let's copy one of these templates here. Well, basically it has HTML5 tag and HTML tag here head, and then it defined a script, JavaScript, uh, a script actually in the header. So by using these scripts, and what else we have here, and this is the body here. We have h2 tag, the more JavaScript in head, and let's copy this and see what happens. Let me copy this, and instead of using a professional IDE like VS Code, I just want to use something like Notepad, and we just want to keep things simple as they are. We don't want to make it complicated. Let me go to, for example, here, and okay, I'm gonna create a folder called workspace, and to go here and here, I want to say JavaScript, for instance, and I want to say that I want to have main one HTML. So I should be able to actually change the format, but the format is .txt, and now I'm not able to format it. So in Windows, well, let's do something like this. Show format in Windows. If you want a file extension, basically says Explorer view. So here, and file name extension was really easy. Let me get rid of this .txt here and hit enter. So now I have a HTML page. If I double click on it, it opens in the browser. And so we literally have nothing in this page, but let me open this with Notepad. So here, okay. Now I need to paste my code here and hit save. Let's refresh it to see what happens. Okay. Now I have a real simple HTML and combined with actually JavaScript. And basically what it does is that it's a function in JavaScript, says that it's my function, and it says that from the document, which is the main page we have here, and get element by ID. The ID is demo, and get the inner HTML. So if you look for demo here, so demo here, and inner HTML is actually the a paragraph is the inner HTML, and it says that replace it with paragraph changed. So if I click on this, it should be changed to, well, to paragraph changed. And that was really easy, and you can change this to anything you want. For example, button is clicked. If I save it and refresh it, well, and if I click on try, button is clicked. Amazing. So, and the other point here is that how it calls this function is amazing. That basically you need to tell to the button that when I click on you, call this function. So here with onClick, parameter in this tag, you can actually say that I want this function happens when I click on this button here. And I believe that it's not really a good way to do that. In fact, these days we use jQuery to do that. And for example, if we want to uh, say tell to a button to do something when we click on that button, we can tell with jQuery, and there's no need to define this piece of code here. But I believe we will see that along the way. But now it's purely JavaScript. There is no sign of jQuery or advanced frameworks. So it's pretty simple, and it's good, I think. We need to start with these things here. And first we need to understand JavaScript, and then we need to move to libraries and frameworks afterward. Okay, let's see what the next lesson is. So basically the lesson here was that you should place the JavaScript code in in between two head tags, and that's all. And we will see later how to work with functions and uh, these events and all the other things. And JavaScript in body, well, it says that you can define JavaScript in body, but what's the difference? Any section JavaScript is placed on the head section of the page. A function is invoked when a button is clicked. So as we did in this example, JavaScript is placed in the body section of the HTML function. So what's the difference? Placing strings at the bottom of the body element improves the display speed because the script interpretation slows down the display. That's really amazing. Uh, because if you put the script in the header, uh, first of all, after you go to a web page, it tries to execute all the script you have all the JavaScript you have. But sometimes it takes time to load the page, and it's not good for a user to wait first because JavaScript is at the background, and it's not really a good idea to keep the user waiting for JavaScript and by not showing the UI elements. So first of all, it's a good idea to show the elements and the page first. Then after that, uh, it's better to do all the processing for JavaScript at the background after the user actually saw the web page. And also we can define external JavaScript, and if you want to keep JavaScript scripts separated from the main HTML file. So here we can say we have this function, but uh, let's do this. It's a good example actually, I think. So here I say that I want to have functions, for example, and call it JS. Yes, I want to have this, and I want to copy this one here. When you start learning a programming language, you know, uh, at least my way is like this. I try to copy and paste, and I don't try to type it myself. Just want to figure out how different things work and how they are related to each other. And that's the biggest part and biggest step you need to take, because understanding and seeing the whole picture is much more important than you know remembering little things. And when you understand how different things work, and when you see the big picture, it's really easy to learn smaller stuff. So let me open this with Notepad again and copy, paste, save, and that's it. Now, what I want to do, back to um, here, and I want to get rid of this script here. We don't need it. So without this, if I refresh the page, if I click on try it, nothing happens, and that's because we don't have JavaScript anymore. But if I want to make it happen, the only thing I need to do, I need to address the JavaScript file I have for that specific function. And I want to do it, uh, I think I could do it outside HTML tag even. Mm, that should work. Let me try it, save it, and the name is not my script, it's actually functions, I think. And let me refresh and try. Yeah, it works fine, and that's great. So where I place usually uh, these scripts is at the end of the HTML file. And okay, what else do we have here? It says that using external JavaScript has advantages, which are it suppresses HTML and code. Yeah, maintain cache JavaScript files below page. Okay, no problem. External references. Yeah, sometimes you actually want to use uh, other projects, other websites in JS files, and it happens all the time. For example, if you want to use jQuery, Probably most of the times you prefer to use a CDN, and so there is no need to download the file and use it in your computer. It actually directly points to the JavaScript file, which is already in a server. And what else? Well, you can have a path, of course. And there's nothing more here. Let's go to the next page. We have output here. JavaScript output. I'm sorry if it's boring, and it's I told you at the beginning that it's not going to be a straightforward tutorial. It's actually it's the process of learning. Uh, it's boring. You, you could get exhausted, and um, you could get tired, and that happens all the time. And you need to uh, be ready for that. So it's not always like that. When you see a tutorial video, uh, it starts from level 0 and goes in order, and it doesn't happen in reality. And that's the problem of learning with videos that are literally reading from a text. Uh, okay, what it says. So here it says if you want to show a message by a JavaScript, you want to print a message. If, for example, in Python we say print and it shows us a message, but here in JavaScript, if you want to do something like that, maybe for you know debugging things, stuff, and like that. And so here, my first review, and inner tutorial. So you could do that like this. You could select a uh, element here and then replace the text, inner text, for example, with the result you want. But you can also use document.write here. And what happens? I'm really curious what happens if I use this one. Let's do this. Let me to copy this. And the amazing thing here is that you can all use multiple ways for combining your code with JavaScript. Here I have already this script, and also I want to add more codes to the JavaScript. So here I put this here. Let me save. Well, it's not really clean and it's not my type doing that like this, but I just want to keep things simple. Let me save and hit refresh. And here we have. So, okay, what's going on here? Basically, it says that print the result here. You can move it, for example, after the p tag here we have here. Let me save it and refresh it. Yeah, you can see that. Well, basically you can say that basically you can use script uh, wherever you want in your HTML code, and with write you can directly print an output in the HTML. Okay, what else do we have here? And on click, try it. So here, okay, it says that when you click on button, uh, when you click on the button, we have a button, and when you click on it, it says that well, it's a function and it's calling this function, and it says that print the result, and I'm not sure where it's going to print it, so let me try this one as well. Button 2, refresh and try. Oops, that happens. Amazing, interesting. So here it says that well, it replaces everything with the result, and that's really strange. Okay, no problem. Let's go. Okay, and the other thing here is the alert. Alert is really important, and one of the easiest thing that we can use to show a message to the user, or when, of course, when we want to do the debugging. It's really handy and useful for us. So let me copy this as well. And for example, here, when I click on this button, I want to say that Windows alert, window that alert, show me this message. For example, button 2 is clicked. Let me check if it works. Refresh. If I click on this one, yeah, you can see that it shows me a message, which is actually an alert here. Button 2 is click. Okay. What else we have? Alert. Okay. And one of the most important tools we have here for debugging is actually logging to console. And let me copy this. And for example, you want to debug your code and you want to see the result. You want to see a variable. And it's not really good to show the message in the HTML, in the web page, especially if the page is really complex. And also, alert is not a good idea when you want to show a complicated object. Uh, so it happens all the time. Uh, but the solution is using log actually. So here I want to say that, for example, this is sample test. Okay. And I want to say that I want to do, for example, here I want to say that show do test, for example. And here I should create this function, and as we saw that we can create a function really easy with function keyword here, and here we can say that do test console.log. Let me refresh and click on this. But where is it? Where is it? Where is the message? So here we have a really good toolbox in Chrome and in Firefox as well. Uh, and you can access it by holding Shift Control I. Yeah. And it's actually developer dashboard, and it's really handy for when you want to actually do the web development stuff. And here in console section, you can see that this is sample text. If I hit it again, yeah, you can see it again, again. And that's really amazing. So we have different tools to show the result and show an output. But the most important one is using console here. Let's get back to what we have here. And we also have print. I'm not sure how it works. Let me copy this and paste it here. I can paste it here as well. No. Or let me just create another button here. Button. So there is no need to have an ID for that. Let me refresh the page and click on this. Okay. It, it actually does the printing for us, and it's actual. It's uh, yeah. It actually does the printing the whole page for us, and it's the real printing. It's not just typing and print showing an output. Okay, cancel. We don't want this. And let's go to the next page. JavaScript statements. Okay, it's getting interesting. And so here, the very first thing in different languages we want to do is, of course, after printing, is uh, defining variables. And here with let, we can define variables in JavaScript. So let me copy this and let me do it, for example, here at the beginning of script. And let me move this piece of code and put it at the end of body here. It's better. And let me add some indents to this so we can understand. Oops, what happened? Oh, it doesn't work here actually. So, okay. How about if we install VS Code? I think that's a good idea. Let's download VS Code, which is really simple for Windows. Okay, we need to wait until it's done. Let's get back to our code and see what we can do. Here I defined some variables x, y, z, and okay, it's really interesting because now we can show the result. And the only thing I need to say here, I think, is z. So I said here that we have x equals to 5, y equals to 6, and z is uh, x plus y, and the result should be 11. So let's check it, refresh, and voila, we can see the result. And here how we can define variables. JavaScript statements. JavaScript statements are composed of values, operators, expressions, keywords, and comments. Not a big deal. Semicolons. Okay. I believe that, yeah, semicolons are not really necessary in JavaScript, but it's really recommended that would use semicolons. And so try to do that. And JavaScript white space. You can white space your script to make it more readable. Yeah, actually you need to keep these white spaces and to just make the code readable. It's not necessary, but you can do that. You should do that actually. It's better to do that. Well, okay. What else? Interesting. So here we have let declares a block variable. Oh, interesting. Uh, interesting. So here with let, you can define multiple variables here, A, B, C, but uh, actually you can't do something like that with var. Var also is used for declaring a variable, but uh, you can define multiple variables at once. With constants, you can declare a block constant, You have if, switch for function, return and try. So I think we will see these keywords again. So let's just pass it, go to syntax. And as I told you here, we can use var and let for defining variables. And here, so basically you can define a variable and also give it a default or an initial value. Nothing important here. It's just some simple math here. Oh, okay, it's interesting. I think when you want to concatenate strings together, you can use plus sign. What else? What else? Just pass these. It's really simple, when you know when you have a knowledge of have a basic knowledge of programming, and you already knew how to code with other languages. It's really easy to learn a new language. Even if you don't know any language, any programming language, it's not really difficult for you to learn it from scratch. You can see it's really easy. So we can define a string. Uh, and really, one thing is really important here and is really amazing, that you don't need to define types here. It's really like Python from this point of view. Okay, let's just pass it, go to comments, and well, uh, it's always good to have comments for your code and put comments as much as you can. And you can do that with, double forward slash. And also you can do this with these, you know, uh, forward slash store and, you know, these signs. Uh, Let me pass this one. It's not really strange thing. So when you want to the test the code, and you just want to get rid of a few lines, you don't need to remove them. You can just comment them out, and that will be enough to, you know, get rid of them. Let's go to variables. Well, we already learned how to define variables, and it's not really a big deal. And here we defined it defined a const variable. It says that let total be price 1 plus price 2. It's really fantastic that when you say let total be, it, it likes a human being talking to you. Okay, just passy. I can't see anything special here, and we already know all this stuff. We can define string, we can define number, and okay, JavaScript arithmetic, actually simple math. Here we have, okay, it's interesting. I think that it says that if you uh, do the addition between numbers and strings, what happens? Let me try this one and see what is the result. What the result is. You can do it with this. Let me get rid of this one here. And now I need to show X. I believe it converts this 5 character to an integer number. But let's try. If I refresh it, oh, oops, it's vice versa actually. Yeah, it converts, if you add some numbers to a string, uh, it converts the numbers into the string format. So here it says that we have 5 character, 2 character, 3 character, and then it creates a concatenated string. Okay, that was interesting. And if you put a number in quotes, the rest of the numbers will be treated string and concatenated. And oops, what about dollar sign? Since JavaScript treats a dollar sign as a letter, identifiers containing dollar are varied variables names. Okay, bit 6 says that you can use dollar sign as a variable name, and it is allowed. And what about underscore? Since JavaScript treats underscore as a letter, identifiers containing underline variables. Also, you can use underline as a part of your variable name. Using underscore is not very common in JavaScript, but the convention among professional programmers is to use it as an alias for private or hidden variables. Yeah, uh, I saw that a lot of times, and it happens. Yeah, for when you want to, for example, in a function, you just want to use for a class when you want to use this variable for the class itself, and sometimes when you want to create script, JavaScript library, you want to use that specific variable for you know inside that script. I think we will see the example along the way. Let's go next page. What we have here, JavaScript. Okay, we already got familiar with this keyword. You can use var. Okay, we just want to pass it. I think it's not really important that much for us at the beginning to understand this stuff. Okay, that's it, I think. Let's go to the next page. Here we have constants. And well, constant is basically a variable that is not going to be changed. So, for example, you want to have a variable called pi. Well, it's not variable. Variable uh, when it gets changed, it's variable. That's why we call it variable. So when we have a value that we don't want to change it. So here pi, for example, pi number, we call it constant. And basically, so if you try to change the number of pi, you will get an error, and that's the interesting part of using constants for these things. And let's just pass this one. And so when we should use constant is actually when we want to create a new array, new object, new function. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, we have VS Code downloaded in our computer, and let's try it and install it. Except, well, to be honest, I just reinstalled my Windows, so I don't have Visual Code in my computer. Yeah. Okay. That's it. Okay. It's getting interesting because now we have arrays. So it said that when you want to use arrays, it's better to use constants. And uh, I'm not sure why, but it says that if you want to have a constant array, you need to use const variables. Okay. Launch, yeah. And what I'm gonna do here is just want to close this one and reopen it with VS Code by going to the folder where I saved my files. Open folder. It should be, yeah, JavaScript. Select it. Yeah, trust. Okay. Okay, and here I have my HTML code. Okay. Let's pass this one. I think it's not really useful for us right now. Maybe we will get back to this, but right now, just let's pass to operators. By operators, it means that, yeah, for example, plus sign here or multiply sign here, addition, subtraction, multiplication, exponentiation, division, and so on. We can use these for arithmetic operations. And here for assignment operators, we have all these. So basically here, instead of saying that when I want to add 5 to x, which is initially 10, I could say that x equals to x plus 10, but I could say it also that x plus equals to 5. It means that x equals to 5 plus x. And it just makes it easier to use and simpler to read. And okay, so, oh, these are really important. Comparison operators. So when you want to use conditions, these are really useful to know. And also logical operators, when you want to, for example, use two conditions, you should use these operators. And type of and instance of are also, I think, really important. What else we have? Bitwise operators, I'm not sure. It's not really useful at much one, but yeah, sometimes we use them. Let's pass this section as well because we just want to we need to see all of this. It's gonna take too much time from us. Go to arithmetic. And basically what we have here is some simple math. So yeah, adding, subtracting, multiplying. It's not really necessary to uh, uh, test and check all these stuff here because when you need this, for example, if you don't know how to uh, do the division, the only thing you need to do is just look for it here or in Google, and that's all. And what we are trying to do right now is actually uh, put all the pieces together and see the big picture. So we already know how to define a variable. We already know how to, for example, add two numbers together and do simple math, etc. So it's not really necessary to go to assignments. And what we have here, we basically talked about this as well. Let's go to data types, which is really important, I think. Well, we have integer. We talked about this. We have number here, string, and one thing we have here is object, which is really important in JavaScript, especially. We You need to understand it very well. We also, it's some kind of dictionary. If you already know Python, or uh, if you are familiar with concepts like struct, you know that it's something like that. So here, object is actually a combination of key and values. Here we have a key and we have a value for that key. It's actually a variable containing other variables. So uh, uh, this is objects. And for example, and how the question here is that how we can have access to these, inner variables or keys. Let's go to the interesting part, which is here. Before that, it's really interesting that you can change the type of the variable during the code. If you, for example, say that x is 5, it's a number. Yeah, during the program, you can change it to a string. This is that some programming languages uh, don't allow you to do that, but it's pretty like Python here. And what else? What else? Let's go to the. Also, we have Booleans. So Booleans are true or false. Okay. We have arrays. We can define arrays uh, like this. We will try it later. What we are interested in is objects actually. So here, how you can define a, an object with const, and also you can, I think, use let. But let's try this line of code here and put it, for example, I'm not sure. I want to use console.log to actually see this object, to print this object. So what I'm gonna do here is that basically I want to say that here in the script, uh, let me get rid of this one here. And what I want to say that we have person has first name and last name, age, and oil color. So it's really interesting. I have all the necessary variables. If you are already uh, familiar with the concept of object-oriented programming, or OOP, uh, uh, you understand that in OOP we actually uh, create models for our let me uh, say it like this, that for example, if you have a user for your website, so you want to create a model for that user, so you can use this model for different users, so that you don't need to define same variables over and over. For example, here, want to define, if I have different users, I have a same structure for all of them. The structure for a user is first name, last name, age, and eye color. So I can fill these uh, mm, keys or properties with that specific user's uh, values. Okay, just let me just pass this, and here how we can define objects. And basically, it's kind of a dictionary if you are familiar with Python. And let me to print it. Console.log. If I say person, console.log. Let me save this and refresh main page and see what happens. and nothing's happened. Why is that? Let me refresh again and okay, I need to save this and let's go drop this and let me refresh again. Voila, you can see that here is the object I have and I can easily print it out with console.log, and it's not really easy to do this with alert or printing it in the HTML. So we have an object for user, and here it's age, I color, first name and last name. Let's get back to the lessons here we have, and so with type of, you can actually get the type of the variable or the value. And nothing important here. Okay, that's it. That was for data types. Let's go to functions, which already we know how to define functions because I have a very basic and simple example at the beginning, and we know already that we can use function keyword to define a function in JavaScript like this. And yeah, you can use function keyword, then you basically say that's what you want to have as the arguments, as the input variables for the function. And you can use you can do all sorts of things with the inputs, and then you can return the output with return keyword. And that's it. I think we tried defining a really simple function, so we don't need these codes here. Let me just pass and check if we can find anything specific and interesting to test. These are really not, yeah, here, well, it's not that, it's great, I think. We can try this. For example, here it says that if you want to, let me say it like this. So yeah, basically, if you want to, for example, uh, the main question here is that why functions? Why we should use functions? And that's the main question. And the answer is that actually, when you want to use a piece of code over and over in your project with different inputs, the simplest way is actually using a function. You create the function, it gets an input from you, and then return to you the output. And you don't need to touch the inner code of that function. The only thing you need to change is the input, and it gives you different outputs based on your input, and that's really interesting. For example, here there is a function to Celsius. You give it a value in Fahrenheit, and then it calculates the value in Celsius uh, system, and that's it, I think. So here it says that you can get the element and change the inner HTML to Celsius. It means that you give it 77 in Fahrenheit, and then it puts the number in Celsius in the text. And this is what you can do with functions. And so because we already tried once using functions, so I'm just gonna page and go to the object page, which is really interesting. Okay, we talked about objects, I think, and here the very first thing it tries to explain is what object is actually. And so the example here is related to cars. It says that, for example, if you have a website about buying and selling cars, so the very first thing you need is actually a structure for representing your cars. So you, the first thing you should do is actually define a structure. So here, for example, we have name, model, weight, color, and other parameters for every car in the world. So these are properties that are the same for all the cars. And the only thing you need to do is define a structure and then fill those properties or parameters with different values based on what car you have. So basically, in JavaScript, if you want to create an object, uh, it's something like this. Actually, you have a key and then you have the value for that key. So you can access the value with the key. And we call it dictionary in Python. And uh, in other languages, maybe uh, it's called struct. I'm not sure, but it's something like this. It's not a really complicated thing. And well, we could have car, we could have a user, for example, for your website, and so on. So basically, you want to keep all the related variables to something in one place. So you could have multiple variables. You can define multiple variables. For example, you can have one variable for first name, you can have one variable for last name, and so on. But you know, they're not together. But here with objects, you can actually have them together, keep them together as a single unit. And it's really easy to work with, for example, an object instead of having multiple uh, values and variables. Uh, okay, well, you can actually, yeah, if you have an object, you can have access to the property or the value you want uh, in two ways. The first way, actually, you can use this property. Uh, we call these properties. So here you can access the property like this, or you can actually access to that like this. And let's try to define an object. I think we tried this before, but let's do it again. Yeah, here, for example, we tried person. So we already know how to create an object. So it's not a big deal. I think we saw the result. Okay, let's pass this one. It's not really necessary. And mm, let's see if we have something. Okay, we have methods here. I'm gonna explain it just a moment. But how we can define methods for an object? That's the question. Okay, here we can like this. And I get it. I get it. Okay, basically, the reason that classes and object-oriented programming is really popular and is really useful is that because you can have uh, you can have not only all the variables together in one place, but also you can have different methods for that specific uh, topic uh, besides your variables, and it's really amazing. You can you can create other you can uh, you can define separate functions and use them. For example, here it tries to concatenate to uh, to a string first name and last name and create and to create a full name here. So you can do this with a separate function, but with this, with a function inside this object, actually, there is no need to pass the argument. And because you are already you have access to first name and last name, because all of these are in person objects. And that's really amazing about methods. So let's try do something like this in let's say here. Okay, I want to have a method inside this object. Let me to try this. And exactly as like this, I want to copy and paste it here. And that's it. I have first name, I have last name, and okay. And now I want to use this full name. Full name here is a method. It's not property. All of these variables are properties, but this one here is method. So here, what I'm gonna do is actually I want to say that when I click, for example, I on I have a person. I believe it's not the right way to do this, uh, but just let's just try this. For example, here I can say that full name and replace it with Ispan, but I need to have person. I have person and dot full name. So actually, I'm calling a function, but there is no need to pass arguments into this function because it already has all the variables I want inside it. So let me try this and refresh. What happened? Okay, here is the console, and let me. Okay, you can see that it prints John Doe, and this is the full name. Okay, let's pass this section as well. And but to be honest, it's not really a good way to define define a class. Actually, it's an object, and but if you want to define a method, it's not really good idea to have to define a method inside the object. You need to have a parent class and define all the properties and methods you want inside that parent class, and then you need to create an instance from that parent class. And it's not the right way to do that, but yeah, just uh, pass it. Let's go to events. Events are really amazing topic. Let me. So, what is an event? You know, when you click on this button here, when you click on this button here, we call it event. So basically, we have different events. For example, if this uh, if this text here is changed, also we can call it uh, an event. So maybe we want to create a program that does uh, that should do something when we, for example, click on this button and when the text is changed, it should do something. So we need to track all the transaction or communication that user has with our platform, and we call them events. And so HTML events are things that happen to HTML elements. Well, that's the definition. This website is telling us. And so when JavaScript is used in HTML pages, JavaScript can react on these events. So the very first event we already got familiar with is on click. So when you click on a button, it triggers this on click event, and then uh, it decides what to do next. So here you can use a function or do something, whatever you want. And so we already know about onClick, so let's pass see what else we have. And strange because okay, here we have on change, we have on click, on mouse over, on mouse out, on key down, on load, and I believe there are more than these. So you can check it out. I think here, yeah, yeah, there is a lot of events here. So I don't want to actually investigate all of them. So let's pass. And okay, what I'm gonna do is actually that, for example, let's try the, this one on change. Let's try the example I was talking about. For example, you want to do something if the text here is changed. So, and how it gets changed, it actually gets changed when you click on this button here. So, uh, let me say something like this. I'm not sure if it works, but how we can use, uh, because it's not JavaScript. Uh, point here is, question here is how we can use these events. Why it didn't explain it? Because yeah, these are events, but the problem here is that it's not actually related to JavaScript. But actually, what you can do is change the, for example, in HTML with JavaScript, but it's not related to ones. Uh, let's search about it. Use events in JavaScript. Let's use another website here, maybe. Yeah. I believe this is what we want. You know, first of all, uh, you get the element you want. For example, here it gets the button element. Then add event listener to this button and say that when you click on this button, do something like this. But it's not enough for me because I don't have a button. I just want to, you know, get an ordinary element, which is not a button. Uh, let's see another website. Okay, I believe the easiest way to do it right now because we don't want to go further. It's too soon to, it's really too soon to investigate, to try these codes here because uh, they are a little bit advanced topics. So what we want to try is something like this. For example, uh, should say that here paragraph. I want to say that on change, do something. For example, uh, let's use console.log something for me. Yeah, I think that's the text is changed. So let's try it to see if it works. I'm not really sure about this. Okay, the moment of truth. It didn't work. No surprise. And why is that? So uh, actually, I think unchanged doesn't work for this situation because it doesn't it doesn't count as unchanged because uh, it's not changing from HTML points of view. So let me try something else. For example, I can use mouse over something like this here. Uh, let's try something like this and how it works. Mouse over and yeah, like this. Mouse is here. If I try this, refresh, yeah, you can see that when I put mouse over the text, it increases. Okay, that's it. And you can try other events as well. Different events we have here. Let's pass it to see. We just want to get familiar with all the pieces and complete our big picture. And I think the very first thing we need to do after this website is actually do something bigger, create uh, a project, a simple project, maybe a good idea. And I will search about that as well. Let's go to strings. What we have about the strings, well, I think we know enough about strings, so let's pass this one. String methods, what we have, yeah, length when you want to understand. So we already talked about uh, objects and a little bit about classes, and I told you that we have properties and we have methods. So here, a text is is an instance of a parent class, which is a string, and so this parent class has all sorts of methods and properties. The very first property it has is length, which is the length of the text. So there is no need to use another function to calculate the length of this text because it's already there. And a slice here is a method. Uh, Actually, you're using this function for this function from this object. So you're not using a separate function. It's a part of this object. So actually, you don't need to say to this that this is my string, split it from 7 to 13. It already knows what the string is. So the the only thing you need to do is actually tell uh, this method that I want to slice this string from 7 to 13, and it just does it for you. And we have a slice method, sub substring, and okay, this only is not really important. Replace is a good one. If you have a long text and you want to replace a few words with some other words, you can do this with replace. And to uppercase, yeah, sometimes you have you have your word in lowercase and you want to change it to uppercase. And also you have lower to lowercase, and concat is a really useful method here we have, but well, you can use plus as well. Let's pass these. Split, yeah, a split is a good one, and it is commonly used for different purposes. For example, if you have a users, if you get the user's input and you want to, you want to have a list of, for example, names, and you want to get this list from user, you can just or tags. For example, you ask the user to input to enter their tags and just separate the tags with comma or spaces, then you can split the text, the string you get from the user, and then turn it into a list of tags. Go to string search. If you want to look for a specific word in the string, you can use search, and it tries to locate it for you. Also match, which I believe uses regular expression. Uh, Regular expression is a really useful tool for matching and searching, but we're not going to talk about that here. We just want to get familiar with all the methods we have, and uh, the only thing you need to do is just keep it in your mind that there is a method that is able to do something for me, but it's not really important that you uh, you know uh, memorize the name of the method or how it works. When you need it, uh, you just need to search about it in Google. For example, you can say that I want to uh, find a string in another string. What should I do? And instantly you see a result of different ways to do that. But the point here is that you already know how to work with these methods, and uh, if you saw one of these before, so it's really easy to remember things. Okay, let's pass this as well. String templates, not sure what it is. It's not really important that much, I believe. If you want to generate HTML code with JavaScript, it happens all the time. And for example, if you want to have a dynamic text or HTML, you need to do this with JavaScript. So here it says that if you want to have something like this, if you want to have a pattern, actually you want to have a structure and you want to fill it with different values based on the inputs. So you can define a template like this and then fill all the necessary variables with what you want. For example, here first name is not a text, it's a variable, and you can change first name with JavaScript, and then you have a fresh uh, text generated by JavaScript. Let's try this one. I think it's a good example. uh, Okay, it's a good example, I think. Let's say that, let me try this. And I want to do this. I want to create a function. So let's say we have something like this. Okay, so I want to say that when I click on this button too, I want to, do we have do test? When I click on this button, I want to say that show the list. Okay, let's create this function, show the list. We don't have it. I can say that function show the list, and then and so here basically what it does is that actually it says that, let's say that we have header like this and we have tags like this. We have three tags here. So it says that HTML is header. Uh, we defined a variable called HTML, and it has a pattern, it has a template. And what we want to do here is we want to replace header with a header we defined here. You can get this header from user, but right now we let header be something like this. And then it says that uh, we are not familiar with for and loops, but let's just say that we know how it works. Uh, we have a loop here, we have a for loop, and it actually tries to loop through all the elements we have in tags list. So it first select the first element here, which is template literal, and then put it here and between two li tags, which are actually for creating a list. And it does this for three iteration because we have three tags here, and until we have three li tags in our HTML, and then we have the HTML. The only thing we need to do here, we want to replace the HTML maybe with something. Let me do this here. For example, I want to say that let's see functions here. We had something like this. Okay, let me copy this. What I'm gonna do, I want to say that please document get element by ID. I want to replace the text of demo with HTML content I just generated. And let's see what happens. If I refresh the page and if I click on try it, well, it didn't work. Okay, it was the second button here. You can see that when I click, let me refresh the page. When I click on this button here, you can see that it is changed with the text that is generated with JavaScript. You know, you created a list of values. So this is how templates work, and the only thing that matters here is the template. Well, I will explain for loops later, I think. Let's go to the next section, numbers. And we have different numbers here. It's not really big deal, so we can pass this one as well. Okay, no problem. Number methods. Well, this is a good one. Well, if you have a tag, if you have a number, sometimes it happens that you need to, you know, convert. For example, the number here is 123. Sometimes you want to turn it into a text, a string. You want to convert it to a string. So you can do this with toString method, which is, you know, a method for it's a method for integer class. What else do we have here? Okay, for uh, if you want to work with float numbers, you have different tools here. We're not going to talk about this because uh, they're not really commonly used. Okay, that's it. Okay, the next interesting thing we have here is arrays, and uh, array is really useful in work cases actually. So, for instance, you want to show a list of cars. The best way to do this is actually create a list of cars and then use uh, uh, a for loop to actually iterate through all the elements and then show all the cars to the user. Uh, Basically, we use arrays uh, to keep a bunch of similar objects or elements in most cases. And so it's pretty much like lists in Python, but there are some differences between these two. In just a moment, we'll understand this. Let me course. And so here we can define an array in JavaScript like this with const keyword, or you can actually create an empty list and then fill it with new values. Also, you can use, it's really popular that you use array function to, or array class, I should say that. When you say new array, it means that you're creating an instance of a parent class. And here, array is a class. And you're creating an object of this uh, array class. So cars is an object of this array class with these values. And these are different ways to define an array. And well, to be honest, it doesn't matter how you define it. So I'm just gonna pass. As you saw in this example we had, let me show it to you here. This is an array. We keep all the tags we want here with tags. So probably you know you could do this, that user enters uh, their tags in a string, and first of all you need to split it with the split method. For example, let me show it to you. For example, let's say we get a uh, maybe, yeah, we can try it later, but right now let me define this variable uh, user list, which is actually a string. It's not a list, but it's something like this. Let me copy these models of cars. What I'm gonna do in just a moment. So here we have a string containing all the models we get from user. But the problem here that we can't use this for the loop. So we need to split it into sub-elements. So what should I do here? Let me, okay, I can say that instead of this, I want to have user list and use it split, and I want to split this text with comma. And so now we have all the cards separated as list elements. Okay, let's try this one. If I refresh it, and if I click on this, voila. You can see that here we have cars in different rows, and that's amazing. Okay, what else do we have here? Nothing. Well, you can actually have different in a list. In an array you can have different types. It's exactly like list in Python, but I'm not sure what the difference is. But it's pretty much like list in Python, but they call it array here. You can have a array of objects. You can array of persons, users, etc. And let's see it. Just exactly the same like we did. And or there is another way. So for example, if you have a list and you want to add another value to the list, you can do it with push. For example, here I want to add a new model of car to these tags. So I could say that push, for example, Benz. And let's see what happens. If I refresh it and try, yeah, you can see it appears. And well, you could do it in another way, which is actually can say that let me see. Yeah, basically you're saying here that I want to have a new value at the end of the list, but it's not really common. Fruits and okay, so you could say, for example, I want to have lemon in the sixth position, but the problem here is that there are other positions that are empty. So it's not recommended like this. What else do we have here? Let me skip. So here basically, uh, well, that's interesting. Uh, for example, so far, uh, we've seen that we can create at least an array of things, but this array is just one dimension. It has only one dimension. It's one dimensional. But uh, what happened if you wanted to actually have a matrix, or if you want to have a multidimensional array? So how we should do that? That's the question, and here is the answer. You can create an array. Okay, no, I'm wrong. Actually, I'm sorry for that. It's not possible. For example, in MATLAB, which is a computational programming language, mostly scientists and students use that for scientific works. MATLAB is really popular to work with matrices, but and there you can define a multidimensional array or multidimensional matrices. But here, well, to do that, you can have a list of, you can have an array of arrays, but you can't define an array with multi dimensions. And okay, let's pass this. I'm sorry about that. What's wrong? But this is the process of learning. You first presume that it's going to happen, something's uh, possible, but then you figure out that well, it's not possible. So nothing's wrong with that. Forgive me for that. And what else is array? I think that's enough for arrays, and we have learned what we should learn, and that's enough to work with arrays. Okay, what we have about array methods. Uh, let's find the most interesting ones. Well, we talked about push. So with push actually is a method uh, of an array that you can add another value to the list of values, but there are some other methods that you can use. For example, here we have pop. If you want to get rid of an element, I believe, yeah, the last element actually. If you want to get rid of, for example, if you want to use uh, an array for as an stack, so we have something called push pull or push pop, and so you with push you add a new element to the array, and with pop you can remove the array from the top of the array of the last element of array, and not only you can remove it, but also you return the last element in the array with pop. And this is, yeah, this is that how you can use an array for as an stack actually. And push, we talked about push. And how about length? Uh, we ha we have shift here. I'm not sure what it is, but well, it's not really, uh, useful in ordinary use cases. Shift. Uh, so here shift method returns the value that was shift out. Yeah. Okay. Let me do something fun. Actually, I want to do something like this, but instead of this, I want to, I want to click on this button here, and each time I click on this button, I want to shift the list for me and show the shift outed value. So what should I do? I believe is that I can do something like this. For instance, here I can change, or I can, copy this and say, yeah, I have button 3, and here I can say that uh, I'm not sure if it works, but let's try. So here I have, well, I can't do that because, I have a list, but it's inside this function. So if I want to have it, I need to, uh, maybe it would be a good idea if I create another list. Yeah, let me create another list here. So a list of colors, for example. And here I want to say that red. That's enough. And what I'm gonna do is let's first try this. If it doesn't work, I try another way. But here I want to say that do this for me. List of colors and say let's first use pop. Let's see what happens, but no, it's not. I want to show it in the maybe in the console would be the easiest solution. So that log, and let's see what happens if I try this. Okay, well, it doesn't work. Let's see if we have an error. Uh, well, it doesn't work. What should I do? What should I do? You know, the problem I think here is that uh, we have no access to this list of colors. And to be able to do this, I think let's create a function. So here I can say that show pop colors. And here, pop colors, and here, I want to say that function pop colors. I'm not sure if it works either. So console log, console.log. Pop. Let's see if it works. Fresh. Yeah, it works. You know, I click on try it on this button, and see here we see yellow. And if I click once more, you can see blue and red and nothing uh, because the list is empty now. So this is the funny thing that you can do with this. And let me try another one. For example, shift. Let's save it and refresh the page and try again. Okay, I believe the shift is something like pop, but instead of removing elements from the end of the list, it removes the elements from the beginning of the list. Yeah, that's right. And so we can try other methods like this. For example, here method adds a new element to an array. Okay, it adds a new element, but at the beginning. Well, the difference with push is that push adds a new element to the end of the array, but with Unshift we can add a new element at the beginning. Okay. What else do we have here? Okay, this is a good one. If you want to join or merge two different arrays to have a single array, you can do this with concat. Concat method. So you say that the first array I have here, I use concat method for that, and then I want to add my bows array to this array, and you do this with concat. That's interesting. You could do the same for more than two arrays like this. Splice. I'm not sure what it is. Method can be used to add new items to an array. Yeah, interesting. Okay, try this for yourself. The first parameter defines the position where new elements should be added. The second parameter defines how many elements should be removed. Okay, I've never seen that in my life. We have a slice. What is that? Slice out a piece of an array into a new array. Okay, okay. It basically says that if you want to uh, split the array into two arrays, you can do this with slice. And this is the position where you want to, cut the array. Or you can actually define a range to extract an array from the main array. Let's pass these. This is interesting. If you have a list and you wanted to actually show them in the HTML, the easiest way is actually use to a string. I'm not sure how it works, but let's see. I want to use toString. So what I'm going to do is an interesting thing. Here, I want to say that get this element and do this for me to a string. So when I click on try it, not only it shows the shows it the pop out value, but also it shows the rest of the list for me in the HTML. So let's try. Yeah, you can see that here we have red and here we have blue and yellow. If I try it once more, yeah, you have only yellow. Great. Sorting arrays. Sorting arrays is really important, and you can sort arrays with what happens. Where is it? Sorting arrays are covered in the next chapter. Well, yeah. Here it talks about sorting arrays. So basically you can use sort to sort arrays. You can, if you want to reverse an array, you can use reverse. Okay. So if you want to order an array descending, first of all, you sort the array in ascending format, and then you reverse the ascending array into a descending ordered format. Interesting. What we have here? Numeric sort function a b return a b. By default, a sort function sorts values as strings. Oh, this works well for strings. However, if numbers are sorted as strings, is bigger than biggest two is bigger than oops. Because the sort method will produce incoherent. So we can fix this by providing a compare function. Strange. It's really strange. I hope there will be a better way to do this. It's really complicated to sort a array of numbers. It's not really handy. It's not optimized. Okay, let's just pass this one because yeah, strange. It says that if you want to sort numbers, you need to do something like this. Why? I mean, why did they create the language like this? Okay. Sorting an array in random order. Well, it's a good one if you want to randomly place the numbers in an array, you can use this function here. Well, the good point here is that sort accepts function as the inputs, and you can use function AB. What is AB? I really don't like this section. Let's skip it. If you want to read it, please read it carefully, but I don't think it's really important. Sorting object arrays. Where sorting is important, but you'll find a right way to do that when you need it. Uh, so there are a bunch of ways to do that, but we don't need it right now. So just that was a good way to see how it works, but that's enough. Let's array iteration. So here I think array iteration. Well, that's something amazing, I think. Here what we have, uh, well, uh, to actually, for example, if you want to print all these values as we did before, I think here, for example, here we had a list of tags. We wanted to, create uh, create uh, a new row for a new element in the list for each of the tags, but we used for. But when you have an array, actually you can use for each method. So with that, there is no need to use for loops. So basically, you say that I wanted to call this function for every element in this list, and so this function gets the value index in array, and you can do all sorts of things you want to do with this list and elements. So you have access to the whole list and also the index and the value. Okay, and uh, let me try this and replace what we have from the last test and replace it with something like this. Basically, I want to say that tags for each, I want you to do this. Add to row or add to uh, list. Yeah, yeah, that's good. There is no need to have parentheses here. And let me comment this out. And now I need to create a new function. Let me to copy this and paste it here. And here I have this function. And basically what I want to do, uh, okay, I want to do something like this. Okay, let me think about it. So, can do something like this. If I remove this HTML, yeah, but I'm not really sure. Let me do something else. Yeah, I can say, for example, uh, well, I need to define, yeah, define an empty text, and then let me copy this and replace this. How does it work? Uh, yeah, let me replace this with value, and then and then that's it, I think. And then what we need to do, we need to say HTML plus txt. Let's try this. You know what I did here is actually, instead of using for loop here, I told it that, for each element in this list, do something like this. Uh, at the first round, the text, the txt variable is empty. But in the first round, uh, it gets filled with this value, which is actually two li elements, li tags, and uh, the value is the first element in the list. And then it goes to the second position and third position and so on. And uh, it's continuously adding up all the values to txt. And then after txt is ready, the only thing I need to do is actually say that I have I have HTML tag, I have HTML content. I want to add it to the HTML, and then close the HTML tag with UL tag. Okay, let's try it. I'm not sure if it works, but I hope. And which button I should use? Button 2. I think if I push this, if I'm right, yeah, that works. That works. I simply replace this with this function. It was amazing. Okay, let's move on. Skip. And the other important thing I think here is map. Map method creates a new array by performing a function on each array element. Performing a function on each array element. Does not execute the function for array elements without values. So what it does here is actually, it's something like for each, but the difference is that uh, if you want to do something similar to all of the elements in the array, for example, if you want to multiply it with 2, or you want to convert them all into a string, uh, the first solution you have is to actually use for each, or you can use a for loop to convert them into string, or do some math on each element separately. But you can do the same thing with map. For example, if you want to multiply it with 2, you can say that I have a function that does this for me, and thing I need to do is actually say that map this uh, array with this function, and then you will have a new array with the function applied on the main array. Yeah, that works like that. We could try it too, but well, draw really interesting methods here, and it's gonna take a lot of time from us to, you know, try all of them. So, and well, it's not a really good idea to test all the methods, especially if you're at the very beginning of the journey and you just started learning a new language. So along the way, when you working on a project, uh, you can test them all again. But right now, we just wanted to, you know, feel how it feels when we want to use arrays method, and that's I think enough for now. Let's move on to the next section. Okay, here we have something interesting, I think. It's related to ES6, which is an update related to JavaScript, and it's really famous. And basically here it says that, let me see, in 2015, JavaScript introduced an important new keyword, const. It has become a common practice to declare arrays using const. Uh, okay, it says that if you want, you can create, you can define an array with const, but there is a problem. When you define an array with const, it means that you can change it in future. And for example, here, if you create an array with const, here, for example, cars, you can change it to another uh, sequence of elements. And problem here, you can change the entire structure and you will get an error if you do something like this. So but you can actually change the inner elements. You can, for example, you can say that I want to change this element. I want to or maybe I want to push another element to this cars, and you can do all sorts of things, but you can't change the whole array. If you want to do this, uh, you should do it with var. And here it says that, first of all, here it says that if you define, for example, an array named cars with const, uh, you can't actually, yeah, it says that arrays declared with var can be initials at any time. But if you define it with const and it's empty when you defining that, uh, you can't uh, you can't assign new structure or new elements to that array later on, and that's the problem with const. But maybe it's a good practice sometimes if you don't want to change the structure during the program. Maybe using const would be a good idea in those situations. But generally, uh, it's better, I believe it's better to define an array with var. So later on, you can change it. For example, here you can see that if you define, you can say that you can do all sorts of things. First, you can define cars array, and then you can change the entire structure, the entire array to something else. and it's allowed with var, but with const you can do something like that. uh, well, that's it. I think the most important thing here is that, and let's go move on to the next section, which is dates. uh, well, it is commonly used actually in all sorts of programs, so maybe it would be a good idea if we try dates in our project, in our little example like this. So here it says that, let's start with this here. You can date is a parent class, is a class to work with dates. So if you want to have a variable with type of dates, you should create a new instance of that parent class with new. So you can say that new class date, and now you have the as an instance of date class, and you can initialize it with different variables. You can define define an empty date. You can fill it with year, month, day, and etc. You can define it with the milliseconds and so on. Here it says, for example, if you want to define a new date, you can say something like this. And let's see, what else does it have here? That's interesting, I believe, but let's move on to the next section, which is related to this section. And after that, we can do some tests. New date. New date. You can define date in other formats. For example, here you can say that you can say something like this, and it understands it automatically without, telling it that what's the what the year is, what the month is, and so on. So it understands the date in a string format. And in other formats as well. Let's see the other sections as well. Here we have methods for date. It says that if you want to get full year, get month, get date, get how hours, and so on. So it's interesting really, because when you first define a date, and then you can work with that uh, object, you can work with that variable and do all sorts of things you want. So first of all, let me to define a new date. For example, you want to keep the birth date of the user, so we can use date like this. And let me just copy this, or maybe it's better to have it in this format. Here we have something like this. Copy, and let me paste it in our project, and let me do something. I'm not sure what want to do with that. Uh, how about we keep the user's date, user's birth date, and do all sorts of things with that. For example, here we have person object. Okay, So what we can do here is actually I want to add another uh, property to this object here and says that I want to say it birth date. That's interesting. Yeah, now I have person with his birth date. And now what I can do is actually maybe. So we, so for example, I can use a button here. For example, I want to say something like this. Copy this, oops, copy this one. And here I want to say that, let's get rid of type. I want to say that show, want to say that work or show birth date, for example, something like this, and birth date. Okay, and now let's create a new function here inside the script tags, new function, and here I want to say that, so we have person, and now here I can use that object for person towards my goal, which is actually showing information about birth date. So here I could say that maybe a good idea if I change this to, I want to say that replace the inner HTML for demo for for the element by ID of demo, and change it to some information about person and birth date. And now you can use all sorts of methods related to dates. And we have them here. Get, for example, I can say get full year. Okay, let's try and see if it works. I'm not sure, maybe there is a problem. Let's refresh, and birthday. Oops, there is a problem, and what it says, show birth date is not defined. Uh, why is that? Why is that? Copy. I'm not sure. Let's try again. Let's refresh and print. Birth date. And here it says that there is no show birthday function. And I'm not sure why. Why? I couldn't find it. Um, I'm sure that some of you see the problem, but well, there's no way to tell me that, so I need to figure out myself. But how? Let me do something. Let's try, for example, this function here, replace it with this one. I believe something's wrong with the definition of, yeah, see, there is a problem with what I defined here, and maybe probably it's related to this property here. Let me change it to 4, and okay, let's try again. Do we have error? Yeah, yeah, we have the error. I'm confused. Sometimes something like this happens all the time, I believe. And there is a really simple thing, but you can't find it, and it drives you mad. And that's exactly what I feel now, and I'm not sure what to do. But that's a part of our job, actually. That's a part of this video. This is really important because, in typical common tutorial videos, you see that uh, everything goes according to the plan. But here, we don't have any plan. And that's the beauty of it, that's the reality. And in reality, it's really hard, it's really difficult. It's not like movies. Uh, you need to struggle with all sorts of problems, and sometimes the the problems are really easy to solve, but you can't find it. And it's right in front of your eyes, but you can see it. And what can I say? Okay, let me try it once more. So here we want to define a button with a function. For example, I want to say that I want to have this function. Okay, let me save it. Is there any problem with the definition of this button? I don't think so. But here, here in the definition of function itself, we define it in script tag, so it's okay. And here we have birthday, and now uh, mm, I believe there is something wrong with this. Change it with this, and you know, let's try other buttons here. Oops, the problem. Okay, it's not related to this one. And now I get it. Okay, the problem here is this. Oops. Okay. Sorry. Here I need to use this sign, and Let's try again. Click on birth date. Yeah, you can see the birth year actually. And you can try other methods as well. Get month, get date, get hours, uh, get minutes. Let me, for example, get minutes. But uh, if I try get minutes, in just a moment you can see that this is it's 0. So it's basically because uh, there is no minutes here. We only have year, month, and day. So it's not possible to actually the minutes is 0. So let's try other functions, methods. Dates now. If you want to get the dates, the current dates, you can use dates that now. So it will be really easy. For example, I can say, uh, if I click on this button, show me the current date on, or we can do something amazing, I think. Here we wanted to calculate the age of the user based on his birth date. So what we can do here is that, let's say that we have the current date, so we need to subtract the birth date of the user from the current date, and it's gonna give us the age of the user. And something like this, I believe. And now, uh, let's say, and diff date. And now we have the difference. And now I want to say that get year. Yeah. Uh, get. Let's see first what the result is, and then we can decide what to do next. I want to use console.log for that matter. Okay, here, let me refresh and click on birth date, and in console, you can see that it's, I believe, in milliseconds. I'm not sure, but it's in milliseconds. But let's see how we can subtract two different dates. Maybe there is a solution for that. Well, there is none, but uh, mm, let me do to use one of these methods we have here. Let's see what happens. Get full year, for example. I'm not sure if it works. Oops, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Get full year is not function. Why is that? Okay, it doesn't a method. It seems that diff date is not an object of date class, and we can check it with type of, I think. So here, let's say type of something like this. Yeah, you can see that it's number. Uh, So here, when you do that subtraction between two dates object, the result is a number, and I believe it's in milliseconds. So if you want to calculate the year, so what you should do is actually say that uh, it's like this: divide by 1000, and it's it's second, and then wanted to convert it to minutes, divide by 2 hour, to month, or 2 hour to day, to month, or maybe year 365. Maybe it works, I'm not sure. Let's say uh, it should be about 5, or it should be about 6 or 7 years. It's not really accurate, but we're just trying, uh, to refresh, try. Yeah, you can see that the age of this user is 6.7 years, and it seems that it's right, but it's not accurate that much. So it was just a test to see how we can use date objects, nothing more. So let's skip to the next section here. Here, what we have actually, it says that instead of, we have two sorts of methods for dates. The first kind is actually when you want to retrieve data from that object, when you want to extract data from that object. But when you want to change the data inside that object, you should use these methods with set date, set full year, and so on. It's something similar, I believe. And so, yeah, I think we can do something else. For example, here I told you that you can define a date by milliseconds. Here, I think we saw that earlier. Yeah, here it says that if you can define dates with milliseconds. So what we can do here, it's like this. So here I can say that I want to have a new date based on the result of this subtraction, and then instead of doing the math like this, I want to do something like that. Get, and what should I say? Well, let's see the whole. Let's print this first. See what happens. Refresh. Okay, you can see here that we have an object of date. Now what we should do, but that's not right, I think. Okay, it doesn't work like that. We can use this. At first I thought that maybe it would be a good idea if I, create a data object from this and then use the methods related to date to, see the year instead of calculating the age. But it's not really possible, because when you create a date from milliseconds, uh, the output, it's not really accurate, and the year is here 1976, which doesn't make sense at all. And okay, we don't need it. and our first solution was better. Let's stick to that. Okay, this was about dates, and maybe it's time to move on to math. And we have all sorts of functions in math. And for example, here, if you want to convert a float to an integer, you can use all sorts of round functions. Here, for example, we have round returns rounded to its nearest integer. But if you want to round up to its nearest integer, you need to use ceil. If you want to round it down to nearest integer, you need to use floor and so on. So these are just functions. Just you know, keep in your mind that we have functions like this. It's not really necessary to memorize them. Sign gives you the sign of the number. Pow actually calculates the power for us, and x to the power of y. Squared for square root of x. A is for absolute value. Sin for sin function, and so on. And random is really interesting, and we use it all the times. And basically it gives you a random number between 0 and 1, so it's a float number. And you can calculate log as well, and other functions. There are a lot of functions, and I don't have enough time to try all of them, and it's not really reasonable to do something like that. So let's just pass this section as well and go to random section here. So basically with random, we can generate a number between 0 and 1, but if you want to, for example, create a number between 0 to 9, what you should do? That's the question. What you should do is actually you need to multiply it by 10. So here, instead of having a float number between 0 to 1, you have an integer from 0 to 9. And that's the beauty of math. And if you want to have from 0 to 10, you can multiply it by 11. If you want to have a number between 0 to 99, you can multiply it to 100. But don't forget, use a round function here, for example, floor, to actually convert the float number to the integer number. A proper random function. So here you can define a new function to generate a random number for you based on the minimum and maximum values you feed into the function. And that's it for random numbers. I think it's not a big deal for you to test all of these. And as I told you before, I'm just trying to understand and to see the whole picture. I don't want to try all the functions. I don't want to, investigate all of them, but just to see what we have in JavaScript, in basic JavaScript structure. What about Booleans? So basically, when you want to have two values for your variable or your for job, Booleans are very helpful here, and because you only have two options for a Boolean variable, which could be true or false, on or off, yes or no, 0 or 1, etc. And so you can use also an integer for this purpose. You can use 0 and 1, and you could have a integer variable. But the um, advantage that Boolean has is that uh, uh, you you are not able to assign it any other value besides than uh, 0 or 1, true or false, and there's only two options you have. So uh, the probability of getting an error is much less than using, for example, integer for these occasions. And what do we have here in particular for Booleans in JavaScript? I'm not sure because it's it's the same topic in every programming language. And well, the very first thing you see here is that you can create an instance of Boolean variable with Boolean class. And here, if you want to convert a result, for example, here it says 10 is greater than 9. So you could say that you want to uh, turn the result to a Boolean type, which I think uh, the result is already in Boolean format, and there is no need to actually convert it to uh, Boolean. So, but there are other situations that you need to do something like this. You need to convert the result into Boolean to have a true false value. And but you know the basic output for this comparison is Boolean. Okay, whatever. I think there's nothing specific here which I want to talk about, and maybe it's better to pass the section, go to comparisons, which is basically based on how Booleans work. And we have all sorts of uh, comparison operators here. For example, if you want to check a condition for if x is equal to 8, you can use double equal signs. Or if you want to check if the value is equal and also the type is the same, you you need to use three equal signs. If you want to check if it's not equal, for example, if x is not equal to 8, you could use this operator, or for greater than, less than, and so on. So these are mostly used in conditions and where we want to do a comparison. And basically in conditions we really use this stuff. And but also we have logical operators, and it means that if you have two conditions that you want to do something, if both of them are true, so you need to use AND operation here. For example, you could say that I want to x be less than 10, and also I want y be greater than 1. If both of these conditions are true, so do this for me. Or maybe if you want to do, say if this is true or that one true, do something for me. So one of these two conditions would be enough for me to work. And so you can use or operator here. For example, here it says that if x uh, equals to 5 or y equals to 5, do this for me, and so on. We have also not operator. So these are basically about operators, conditions, etc. It's not really related to JavaScript and its basic programming knowledge, nothing more. And we will talk about conditions in the next section. So let's go to condition sections and talk about them in more details. And here, one of the most important thing uh, in programming and the basic knowledge of programming language you need to know, you need to understand is conditions. Uh, Conditions plus uh, loops are very fundamental and most important parts of a programming language. With these two elements, you could do anything you want. And that's the idea behind having a programming language. And basically with conditions, we can program when we can create a program to do something for us based on different situations. And that's the underlying concept behind a programming language. That's why we use a programming language, because we want to do something if something happens. And that's amazing. So when we learn how to use conditions, and after that, we need to learn how to work with loops. And that's, I believe, the basic structure. That's the basic understanding we need to know about programming language. And we can uh, expand our knowledge upon on those topics, and those are the fundamentals. Okay, let's start with conditions here. And one of the most important thing we have in conditions is if elements. So you could say that if something happens, if this condition is true, do something for me. So how we can use this here? So here in JavaScript, we could say something like this: if in parentheses you need to write on your condition, you put your condition in two parentheses. So, and what is conditions? We talked about conditions in the previous section, which was comparisons, and we will talk about it in just a moment again. So here there is an example. So it says that if hour is less than 18, do something for me, which is assign good day to greeting variable. And we could do something like this in our program. But the other thing I want to talk about is else. So it says that if this condition is true, do this for me. If it's not true, else. Else means that if the condition is not true, if the condition is false, do this for me. So, and with this, we cover all the possibilities. And that's it, I think. So here we have an example. It says that if the hour is less than 18, say good day. If it's not, say good evening. And that's the beauty of using conditions. But there is one more step here. Uh, So if you want to have multiple conditions, multiple steps you want to check, for example, you want to say that if the condition is this, do something for me. If this variable is this, do another thing, and so on. You can have multiple conditions. You can act based on different variables. So here it says that if time is less than 10, say good morning. Else if time is less than 20, say good day. And if the condition is none of them, say good evening. It means that if it's not less than 10, if it's not less than 20, so it's definitely is greater than 20, greater and equal to 20, so say good evening. And you could have multiple else if in one statement. And maybe it's a good idea if we try to implement it in our program. So I want to try the same example as what we have here, like this, for example. But what I'm gonna do is actually I want to use the real time, and instead of using a variable, I want to get the current date with date module, and we already know how to do that, and then decide what message show to the user based on the time. So let's do this. Maybe it's better to have dates opened in a new tab to work with that, because as I told you, it's better to have a basic understanding of how different things work, and then you can go to the reference when you need it. So here I wanted to get the current hour, and want to work with that. So the very first thing is say that uh, maybe get. So here I could say date.now, and then I can work with the time also. So here I want to say that if I push one of these buttons here, let me copy one of these, and I want to say that, for example, greetings, and let's get rid of this type and create a new function here. I want to have a function called greetings. There's no input for that, and what I'm gonna do here is that I want to get the date. So here uh, maybe it's better to get the let's use console.log first and see what's the result. And I want to get the current time. So I should say that hour, and no, it doesn't work like that. I believe I should say gets hour. Let's check. Yeah, here what we have is get hours. So it's like this. Let's see first what we get, and then we can decide what to do next. Let me refresh the project and click on where is it? Let me change the text here. Uh, uh, greeting, greetings. Okay, yeah, refresh. And if I click on greetings, oops, there is an error. And what's the problem? Get hours is not a function. What was it? So get hours. Let's copy this one. Maybe there is a mistake in our for method here. Let's paste it. It seems that it's the same, but I'm not sure why it doesn't work. If I get the type of this, let me see what is the type. Type of this. Refresh. Type of number. Oops, the result is number. It's not date. So what we should do is actually wrap it with the date class, and maybe now it's string. Why is that? Uh, Oops, it, maybe we need to use new. Okay, now, yeah, we have an object. So let's try to, so let's do something like this. I want to say current date. I want to have it a new variable, and with current date, I want to say that I want it's hours. Refresh, greeting, and 14. And the time is, I believe, okay. So based on this hour we get, we can decide what to show, what message show to the user. So now instead of printing it in console, I want to say that if. So let's say current hour, and let's copy the other thing from the source here. I want to say that copy this for me and paste it here. So here I want to say that current hour, replace it with time. So basically if the hour is less than 10, say good morning, it's between 10 and 20. And so there is a problem, I think, in this program, and mm, I'm not sure, but uh, I think so. If it's 8, for example, it's the current hour is 8, so the first condition is true. It says that greeting is good morning, and then it should check the second condition, and the second condition is true again. But I don't think this happens because we're using else here, so it doesn't happen like that. If you use two if here, if you use two if statements here, that will be the problem. But now we don't have any problem here. So let's check it with in just a moment. And what I want to say that I want to replace the text here I have with greeting. Let's see what happens if I refresh the page and try this button. You can say it says good day because uh, the hour is 14. And let's change the current hour. I want to say I want to define it in a hard code approach. So I want to say that the hour is 4. So what happens if I say something like this? Refresh, good morning. It says good morning. And if I say, let's say, for example, 12, it's again good morning. Let's save it. Okay. Refresh, good day. And eventually 21, fresh, greetings, good evening. And it works fine. And now you have a program that show a message to the user based on the time, based on the current time of the user. And so that was a great example of how we can use if statements. And that's the most important part about conditions. And also we have something about switch statement. It's the same as using if else if statement. But if you have multiple options, you have several options uh, for that specific variable, for example, for current time, it's a better idea to use switch case because it's easier to implement and it's easier to read it actually. And this is how you can use it. For example, uh, for you want to do something based on the weekday, you can use switch case here, which is easier than using if and else if statements. So here basically it says that uh, decide based on this variable here, which is the day. I'm It's the day based on the day is now right now, and then decide what to do. For example, if it's 0, it means that it's Sunday, and show a message and do something. And the point here is that it's better to use break, because if you don't use break, it's gonna check all the other cases, and we don't want to that to do this. So this is a really simple example. We don't want to do something with that. Just keep it in mind that we have something like this and you can use it whenever you want. And that was the basic understanding of how conditions work in JavaScript. The next sections are related to loops and for loop, while loop, and other things which are really important in programming language, and we will explain it in just a moment. Let's get rid of these tabs here. We don't want them, and also we don't need these tabs here. Let's get rid of them. Okay. Well, we've already seen how to work with loops in JavaScript. If I remember correctly, we had a small example here. Yeah, here. We actually, at the first attempt, we tried to use for loop, and then we decided to use for each, which is much simpler than using for loops. And for each is actually a method for tags that do the same thing for us. So, but now we want to take a look at how loops work in JavaScript in depth. So let's continue here. What it says that loops are handy if you want to run the same code over and over again, each time with a different value. So that's obvious. Uh, well, there's example here. It says that, yeah, that's a good example here. So One of the most important things that we want to do with JavaScript is actually creating content. Actually, we wanted to have a dynamic content, so we try to use JavaScript to have a dynamic content that that is changed based on some maybe requests based on all sorts of data. And so also we use JavaScript for other matters. For example, we can use it for, make the UI simpler and make it more beautiful and so on. But at the heart of JavaScript, it's really useful for, having dynamic content. So here, if you want to create a list of elements, uh, uh, for example, you want to have a list of cars here based on the values in cars array. Well, the very first solution is that you can say something like this. But if you have 100 cars, cars, and so it's not gonna work because it takes a lot of time to do something like that, and it's not really appropriate to do that. So what we should do instead is that we should use for loop. And how does it work? Well, first of all, you say for, and then uh, you create an index here, which is I, let I be 0, and then you say that do this loop for me until I is less than car's length. So basically it tries to iterate over and over until it investigates all the elements in the car's array. And so we can do something like this with this statement here. And I believe there is another solution which is quicker, but let's stick to it. So I think our first example was something like that. Yeah, the quickest solution to use a for loop is actually something like this. You say that const x of tags, but let's see, I believe we will see something like this in just a moment. But the very first solution is actually use for loop like this. So because we already tried this before, we're not gonna do it again. So, and what else do we have here? Well, it says that you could also have other values in for statements. So, for example, here you can say that text is equal to an empty string, and so then you can use this text, and well, actually, it uh, for the first time it gets filled with an empty string, but then in the upcoming iterations, uh, it gets filled over and over by new values. And that's it. So this is the quicker solution than the previous one here, what we have. And so we can use this instead of saying, well, actually, it defines the necessary variables. For example, I before the for statement. So you could do that as well. But what we have Let's pass these examples. They're not really special. So let's go to loop for in. So yeah, we can do something like this. So it says that JavaScript foreign statement loops through the properties of an object. So if you have an object, so for example here, what we have here is we have an object of person, first name, last name, age. If you want to go through all the properties this object has, you can use, for loop like this. So let's try it and see what we can do. So this example is a perfect example for our little project. So what should I do? Uh, what was it about? So basically we will have a text including all the properties of that specific object. So what I'm gonna do is just wanted to show it once the page is loaded. So after, yeah, I could say something like this, console.log, and here, well, before that, I want to say something like this. Let text be an empty space, empty string. So it says that so uh, it means that go through all the properties that this person has, and then one by one, get the key. So X here is the key for this object, and by key we can access to the value of that specific key. So here, when I say person X, it means that this is key. So maybe it's better to change it to key. And here in text, I will have the value for example, this key here. So after all, I will have text including all the properties I want. So let me refresh the page and see the log console here. Oops, let me refresh it again. Yeah. And here you can see, well, I have the name, John Doe 15. And what else? We have new date. We have dates, but there is a problem. Yeah. You can see that, uh, uh yeah, it sees it as a property, uh, and it just prints it out for us, and it's not really, and that's why I told you that it's not really good solution to define and define a dictionary like this including a function. uh, it's not the right way to do this, and this is not how we define objects in JavaScript or in any other programming language. So, but this was just a demo for how to, create a semi object in JavaScript. Okay, let's pass it and foreign over arrays. Also, we could use foreign for arrays. And so there's no need to define any index variable. There's no need to, set a condition as we did in loop in the previous section here. There's no need to do this if you have an array already. So it will be a better idea to use for in statement. So it makes life easier for us. And so, for example, there is an example like this, but we already have an example like that. So here, for example, we have a list of colors. So maybe we could do something with that. Also, uh, what else do we have here? So, for example, here we have show the list, and we call it with button 2. So I can change it. So I can change tags that for each. Let me check it again. So refresh it and try. So you can see that it creates a dynamic content for us. But let me comment this out, and then I want to use for in statement too instead of using for each. So I want to say that uh, for example, yeah, could say that something like that. Um, I want to say uh, for example, car in user list. Why the name is user list? That's the question. I'm not sure why, but let's continue. And here, what I have uh, in array, it seems that it's better to define a variable. Say let car in user list, and now I have access to all the elements in the user list. So what I want to do is something like this: HTML, and maybe it's the idea to uh, okay, but I don't want to use this one. What I want to do here is actually having HTML would be enough. So let's try this. Let's see what happens. And I want to change X to car and try this. Try. It didn't work. I'm not sure why. Let's check it. What's the problem? So user list. Okay. Oh, we need to work with tags, not user list. Uh, so actually, user list is the input we get from the user, and we need to split it into sub elements and turn it into an array, and then we can work with that array, and that's the idea. So now if I refresh and try, but it's 0 1. So yeah, it's actually it's the index. So if you want to uh, get that specific car, you need to do something like this. Oh, should say tags car, and let's change it to X. Yeah, refresh, try, and you can see it did the same thing for us. So also you can use for each as we did here actually, and you can here use a function and then do all the necessary things you want in the function. Let's pass it. Let's go to loop for off. The other way is to work with for is using for of statements. Actually, I believe it's the same as for in. I'm not sure what the difference is actually. So for every iteration, the value of next property is assigned to the variable can be. Okay, I get it. So here, when you use for in, it returns here, for example, it returns the index. But if you want to get the elements itself, it's better to use for of. So what I'm gonna do here is actually I want to say instead of in, I want to say of, and then I want to use x itself here. Let's see if it works or not. And yeah, that works. So that's the main difference between using for in and for of. And okay, let's pass, go to loop while. The other important thing in loops is while a statement. And basically when you want to, you know, when you want to do something until some conditions are true, uh, it's better to use while. For example, here uh, it says that do the same thing. For example, uh, you know, adding this text to text variable and then increase I variable with 1 and then do it until I is less than 10. So you can do this with for as well. So it's not a really good example for while. And let's see if we can see something more useful. Can't find anything while, but you know we don't use while that much. So, but we use for loops in many occasions, and that's it. And the other thing about loops and maybe if conditions is break keyword. So if you want to stop, if you want to check a condition, and if that condition is true and you want to stop the loop and you want to break the loop, so you use break keyword here. So it says that break statement jumps out of a loop. The continuous statement jumps over one iteration loop. So if you want to pass, so if you want to check a condition and if the condition is true and you want to you want to skip this iteration to the next iteration, you can use continue. And if you want to jump out of the for loop completely, you can use break. So that was everything about, I believe, loops. And so let's continue with other sections. Okay, here what we have is iterable objects. And basically, we say an object is iterable when we can use for loops to, iterate over all the elements it has. So you can access, you can have access to each element in the array easily by using for loops. And when an object is iterable, it's really easy for us to do that. So, and I think there is nothing specific here I want to talk about, and basically just similar topics to what we've already talked about. So I'm gonna pass this section as we go to sets. And in sets, what we have here is, so a JavaScript set is a collection of unique values. So it's interesting, you know. We have something like this in Python as well, I think. So basically in sets, you only have unique values if you can't find two elements similar to each other. And so when you want, for example, want to have a set of letters, you can use set object. And let me, if I can find a suitable example. So here it says that, for example, if you define a set called letters, then when you add different items to that, if some of the items are similar to each other, so for example here, when we add C letter multiple times to letters array, nothing's different. And so because nothing's different, uh, the result will be the same and no element will be added to letters array. And so when you, if you want, when you want to have a set of unique values in your array, or if you want to list of a unique values, you should use set. So basically, there is no need to, check the duplication. If you want to use an array object, you need to check the duplication to stop adding similar values to the array. But if you use set, there's no need to do that, and the functionality is already there. Okay, let's pass this section. I believe we've already talked about the most important things in JavaScript. We talked about loops, we talked about conditions, about variables, how to define variables, and these are the basic things. And I think one thing is left to talk, one thing which is really important is classes and how to create objects in JavaScript. And I think we've already talked about objects, but it's a little bit different when we talk about classes. So bear with me. Uh, I just want to skip the topics that they're not really, necessary to learn right now. Maybe later in future, maybe when you need it, you can just get back here and search for a reference and find what you want. But right now, some of these topics are not really important to us, so we just want to pass them quickly. So here, that's the thing you need to know about set. There is no need to go further. Let's go to the next section, which is maps. And let me see if I can find a good example and try it as quickly as possible. But what is map actually? So it says that a map holds key value pairs where the keys can be any data type. A map remembers the original insertion order of the keys. So it's something like an object we had earlier, but the very first difference is actually that it says that a map can remember the original insertion order of the keys, which is, I think, not possible in objects. But how we can create a map and how we can use it. So here, uh, this is how we can create a map, but let's see if we can find a good example. You can add elements to map with set method. We can add elements with that. get methods first get apples. So basically it works like a dictionary in Python, and it's really like an object. Let's go to objects and see. And here we had the same concept here. Uh, but I'm not sure what the difference is. Yeah, here it says that JavaScript objects vs maps. So what it says that object map. So it says that objects are not directly iterable, but maps are. Do not have a size property, have a size property. And because must be strings, it can be any data type. Well, that's a huge difference here we have about maps. Actually, it says that you can use all sorts of data types for keys, but here in objects, you only should use strings for keys. Keys are not in order. Keys are ordered by insertion. And have default keys, do not have default keys. So maybe if you need it, you can use it, but I think it's not really important. So we can pass this section as well. Type of we have already worked with type of in some occasions, and we saw how it works. And basically it says the type of the object we're using. And so this is a string, this is number, Boolean, and so on. Okay, I want to pass this section as well. Go to type conversion. This is interesting, I think. So for example, if you have a variable by the type of number, maybe you want to change it, convert it to string because you wanted to, for example, show a message to the user. So first of all, you need to convert it to a string and then combine it with your basic message. So this is conversion. So for example, if you want to convert numbers to strings, you can use string method like this. It says that method. And so, or you can use toString method like this. I think we used this before. Also, we have to exponential to fix to precision. And we work with this. Just a quick look. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Bitwise section. We have bitwise operations here. You can check it later. Uh, well, regular expressions are really important, uh, especially if you're working as a professional. But and if you want to search, you know, if especially when you want to search for pattern, the easiest way to use regular expressions. But well, as I told you before, here we don't want to talk about regular expressions because it's a really huge topic. It's we don't have enough time to cover things about regular expressions. So I want to pass this. We have errors here. So in some occasions, we wanted to use, we expect to get an error. there is a possibility to getting an error, but we don't want to uh, lose our connection with the program. We don't want to show an error to the user, because we are expecting to get an error, what we don't know when it happens. So one of the solutions is actually use try catch. So basically you say that try this, uh, for example, command here, try, and this is script here. If you get, if you, when you get an error, don't show an error message. Instead of that, catch the error and then do these things for me. Maybe here you want to show the error. Maybe you want to print some output. Maybe you just want to pass and show nothing. But the point here is that it handles the situation, it handles the error, and nothing will happen when you get an error. So that's why we use try and catch. And what else do we have? Scope section. So basically this section is about that when we define a variable, where we can use that variable. And so we have different scopes in JavaScript. We have block scope, local scope, function scope. Basically, when you define a variable in a function, you have no access from the outside world, and only you can use that variable inside that specific function. So if you define another variable with the same name in your program, uh, there won't be a conflict, and that's the point. Also, we have block scope and local scope. If you define a variable in a block of in a block which which is declared inside a double curly brackets, and also we have local scope, and also we have a global JavaScript scope, which when you define a variable outside of a function at the beginning of your program, you have access to that function. Also, you can use it in the function, and so on. It's really good idea to see this section to understand it, but uh, to be honest, when you understand it well enough, when you try to do some coding, only then you understand when and where to use and to define variables. I have no idea what is hoisting. Um, I'm not sure if it's an important section right now for us, so I want to pass it. Strict mode, this keyword, arrow function, classes. Classes are my favorite part. So let's talk about classes, which is really important. Now, what I want to do is actually, earlier we had an example about, let me show to you. Yeah, here. We have an example with objects in JavaScript, And now what I want to do, I want to redefine this object here with all the properties and with this method, with this property, which is a function here. I want to redefine it with properties and methods using classes in JavaScript, not object. Let's see what the difference is between object and classes, and the best thing to do is actually try this. Okay, so here it says that if you want to define a class in JavaScript, the only thing you need to use is class keyword, and then you bring the name of the class you want, and it's better to start it with uppercase letter, and it's just a convention. And here, the very first method we see is constructor, which means that if you want to create a class based on some parameters, based on some initial parameters, you need to pass all the parameters you want, all the properties you want, pass to this instance. For example, if you want to have a structure, have a basic structure, a standard structure of a car, and you want to fill the car with different parameters. For example, you want to assign a name to that car, you want to assign the production year, you want to say this car is this model, and so on. You have all sorts of properties that but the structure is the same, but the only thing you need to do is actually create an instance of that parent class and fill it with your parameters, with your properties. That's the main idea in object-oriented programming and in classes, and it's the same in all the languages actually. So here, for example, you have a standard structure for car, and now you should fill it with different values for different uh, data you have. So here, for example, the first car I wanted to have is Ford 2014, and the only thing I need to do is create an instance with new. You can create an instance of a car class, and then fill that class with the values you want, and then put it in my car one. And now my car one is an object, is an instance of that class, and everything you want for this specific car is inside this variable in this object, and you can access to the model, to the production year, to the name, and all the things you want. And so the same thing for my car 2, which is Audi 2019, and other parameters you want. So basically you create a standard structure with uh, constructor. Here it says that I want to this model will have two basic properties, name and year. And so when somebody wants to define a new car, wants to create an object from this car class, he should actually pass these two parameters to the constructor. So then it creates the object for us. Actually, constructor means that it tries to construct what we want. Okay, now we want to do the same thing with the example we had about users or person in our little project. So here, instead of saying that this const person, what I want to say is actually first of all, I want to create a class. So here you didn't define a class. It's some kind of a dictionary that you have key and values, but it's not structure that you can use elsewhere you want. So here, what I want to do, say the same thing as what we have here. So let me copy this, make it simple, paste it here, and and instead of car, I'm gonna say person. And what I'm gonna do is actually say first name and last name. What else do we want? All the prop keys we have here. So here, these are keys and these are values, but here, these are properties actually. So the naming is different. So age and age, eye color, uh, birth date. So we can get rid of age actually. We can calculate the age based on the birth date. So there is no need to have age here. So the only thing we need actually keep the birth date as it is. So here, and the only thing is left to do is just define all the arguments we want to have. So here, the first thing, first name, last name, eye color, birth date, and that's it. So it should work. Uh, what it says that what was, oh, there's a problem here. Okay, so it should work, and let me check. Yeah, you can create objects from this class as much as you want. So here I want to say that person, let person one be new person with the options you want actually. So here I want to say uh, John Doe, eye color blue, and I want to create a new date and pass it to. So you can see that we can pass an object of date class as an argument and put it in the property of this person class. So that's possible. And let's create another one. I want to call it person 2, and here I want to change it to Jack Smith Green, and let it be 130. Okay. So what I want to do here is that I want to print them all. So I use console.log. I want to say person. I want to see all the objects, everything in the object we have. So and person 2. Let's test it. Let me refresh the project here I have, and you can see, yeah, here I have 2 instances of person class with different values. Here it says that person, John Doe, blue, green, and you now understand that why it's useful to use classes instead of objects, because you have already defined your structure here and there is no need to repeat it again over and over. You have a fixed structure, and then you use it over and over for different instances. So now it's time to create methods for this class. Let's see how we can do that. And constructor method. So now we can define besides then constructor, which is a method, and you can use it for different purposes, for other purposes. The only purpose for having constructor is actually getting the values, initial values from the uh, when you define a new instance and then uh, create an object. So here we can define other methods as well. So for example, here it says that you can, for example, calculate the age with this method. That's a good example. Let's do it. And here I want to say, and that is, but yeah, that should work. So when we tested this, uh, you saw that when you print person, you not only can see all the key and values, all the properties, but also you will see the function as it's defined here, which is not really a good way to show it. And now here, if I print person, if I try it again here, you can see there is no sign of methods here because the only thing it shows us is all the properties it has. However, you can access, you can see the methods and all the arguments it gets. But point here is that it's not a property. It's actually a method. So now we want to use this age method here, and the only thing we need to do is say that age. It means that you calculate the age and return it to me. So now date full year this year we don't have a year, so we have birth dates here. So what it says is actually it says that with this you can access to all the properties of this specific object. So when you create an object for this from this person class, with this you can access to the properties of that object. So here there is no need to pass the birth date, for example, to the age because it has already the access it wants. So let me try this to see if it works fine. Not, yeah, it works, but the problem here is that uh, it gets the full year, but here, so it's better to get full year as well and then work with that. And yeah, here it says that for the person one the age is 7 and for the second one is 12, which I think are right. Okay, this was classes and methods, and this is how you can define a class and how you can define a method and how you can use them together. And there is nothing more about classes. And I think with this, with variables, with conditions, loops, functions, and now with classes, you have everything you want to create a project using JavaScript, and you can use it in your HTML CSS project for different purposes. And of course, you need to learn more about these things, but that's the basic knowledge you need to have to expand your knowledge, to search more about these things. Well, that's it. I hope you enjoyed this video. To support us, please share this with your friends, like, subscribe to the channel, and everything you can. Comment if you have any question in mind. And that's it. Thank you for listening and watching this tutorial. I hope you enjoyed this and have a good time. Bye bye. See you.